set up here. They have them like
いろんな国に行ってみて、ラテラーノ以上に心が動かされる場所もあるにはあった。だけど今はもう自分の願いははっきりしてるんだ。ラテラーノという都市を誰にも傷つけさせるつもりはないわ。もう誰かに答えを尋ねる必要だってないんだから。
Good morning, Avalon. We are finally, after what seems to be 2 weeks, but in reality is, I believe, possibly a week and 3 days, finally starting the side story event, Hortus de Escapismo, which I originally thought was Hortus de... what was it? Like, it started with an A. I said something. And now that I know what it actually is, I can't remember it. But we are indeed finally starting it. After having promised to do it pretty much a week ago. But, of course, things kind of got a little busy as far as Fate Grand Order and other things, and suffering, talking about her problems.
昔学校で授業中に居眠りしてた連中より一枚上手ね。
There you go. There you go. Taking naps. Something about taking naps. Whatever Fiametta is saying, aka suffering. To recap, I guess we'll use, as usual, we're late if it isn't obvious already, and by we I mean I don't mean to rope everyone into it. Julius is late. For our intro, instead of actually doing an intro, I believe we can more or less use it as a recap as far as the last time we were in Laterano. Right? Yeah, what? Okay, I got it. Whatever. I'm psyching myself out. I'm doubting myself. I shouldn't. I'm the king. No one can object. No one can object. So, recap. Of course, I'm not going to remember the actual side story event name as far as the last time we were in Laterano, aka the homeland of Sancta. But we were there. Us as the doctor, I don't remember entirely why we were there. I believe we were there to just confirm things and more or less doing side business stuff. But the story was more emphasized around our good girl, Fiametta, aka Suffering. And basically catching up on her backstory, what she's been doing, what she currently is doing, and kind of understanding where she stands in all this as far as like what her role is as of the moment. And of course we come to find out her original squad, which was Mastima, herself, Fiametta, Suffering, and you'll have to forgive me, there's 2 other people. I know them, I have them in my head. I don't remember their names, which I'm sure we'll see in this story. But the girl that is currently in a wheelchair, she was a part of her squad. And then the pastor, the gray-haired man that has his own, well, I mean his weapon is his pistol, but they're all Sancta. And they were in a squadron. And when we start off, we find out that that pastor did something and crippled one of their squad mates, who is now in a wheelchair. But of course, Fiametta herself at that time wasn't with her squad. She was doing something else. She was doing a side job while her squad was doing something opposite. And when she found out about all this, of course, no one spoke up or said anything as to why it happened, why the pastor basically crippled her, why he left the squad. Just no one was talking, even Mastima included. And so Fiametta herself kind of, I'm guessing here, she more or less kind of went rogue as far as her squad goes. And it more or less broke up. And then, of course, in the future, from that point, we found out that, obviously, not Mastima, Fiametta, Suffering, I'm just going to keep calling her Suffering. It just sounds easier. Suffering, who is the bodyguard of Mastima. Mastima being the holder of, I believe, either it's the... Now, I know what they are, it's just I might be mixing up names, but Mastima is holding something called the white key, or it's the black key. Or she's holding the black lock, or the white lock. And I know that sounds kind of confusing, but one of those names is correct. But not only that, one of those items is correct. She either has one of those items, or, which obviously I just mentioned, I don't know which name goes with which, but it's either or. So like, either the name is black lock and white key, or it's black key and white lock. I know that for sure. The pastor is the one that either has the black key, white key, black lock, white lock, either or. I don't remember which one has which, but more or less Mastima is safeguarding it, and the pastor wants the other part, which is the key or the lock, whichever Mastima has, to open it, whatever that said thing is. And of course, we, the doctor and or the player, don't know exactly what it is, but whatever it is, it pushed the pastor enough to injure his own squad mate, but not only that, basically abandon his own squad just to get it. So whatever it is obviously has some importance. Of course, we don't know exactly what, but it has something. The other role, it isn't just that he's going for, but more or less he seems to almost kind of abandon his own ways as far as being a Sancta. He still holds it up front, being a Sancta, but more or less he's kind of walking down a different path, which wouldn't go well with other Sanctas. So he's, in a way, to make it easier, he is still in his own religion, that being a Sancta, but more or less he's wandering off. While still somewhat following the path, he's wandering off and kind of making his own way, when all Sancta need to be walking down the same path, if that makes it sound simpler. And the reason why I say that is because I believe he ends up finding out that there is a Sancta girl. Sorry, this is a long dialogue, gonna be a long intro, and then, like I said in my tweet, of course I'm gonna shut myself out, Julius Faye _ JULIUSFAE _ on Twitter. We will be doing a tiny bit of gacha, just a tiny bit. This isn't gonna be all out, it's gonna be very quick, as you can see on the screen, but for now we're doing the intro, aka the recap. As I was saying, the pastor ends up finding a girl who is a Sancta. But the issue with that is she isn't supposed to be a Sancta. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to the Sancta, as you can see on screen, the Executor that you see on screen, you see that halo that's above him. That right there is the immediate, what would be the word? The immediate signal that that person is a Sancta, because only Sancta can have that halo, and or you could say wings, because it's kind of hard to see in here, but he does have like wings on his back, which I'm not sure if we can maybe pull another example. I'm not seeing it. But then again, we could use Exusei, who is actually a Sancta as well. So see, as she has her wings and her own halo. Of course, each halo is going to look different. They don't always look the same, as you can see with Executor, which is like almost like robotic in a way. I'm not sure if maybe we'll get into that, but I'm actually curious why it looks like it has some kind of attachments on it. But either way, if you see a halo, it's an immediate sign, oh, that person's a Sancta, and or is from Laterano. But getting back to the girl, the reason why she isn't supposed to be a Sancta is because when it comes to the Sancta, when a Sancta woman and a Sancta guy have a baby, that baby will have the halo, the wings, and is by all means a Sancta. Now, whether it's a guy or a girl Sancta, if they have what's the word? If they okay, so if a guy Sancta mates with a woman that isn't a Sancta, when they have their kid, they will not have their halo or wings. They won't be pure blood, I guess you could say. And the same thing goes for the woman. If the woman is a Sancta and the guy isn't a Sancta and they have a baby, the baby won't have the wings or halo. It's described, like, I don't know if it's in books or how it's described. I don't remember if they specifically said or they just haven't said it yet. But more or less, there's a code with Sancta, the rules they follow by, their religion, you know. Sorry, this is a lot. This is a lot of information, but they more or less won't be Sancta. That baby will not be a Sancta if it's half. It has to be a Sancta and a Sancta, and when they have a kid, that kid will be a Sancta. Now, with that girl that I'm mentioning, I believe her mother wasn't a Sancta, and the father was a Sancta. And when she was born, she had the halo. Now, that goes completely against what the whole Sancta code, what's been said. It completely goes against, like I guess you could, I don't know if this would be the word, natural law. Would that be the correct wording? It completely defies what was said about Sancta it has to be Sancta and Sancta. It can't be half Sancta and then, you know, like I said. And so her being born completely defies all that's been said. And the issue with that, if that comes to light, that will obviously like trigger a chain reaction in the community and the church and like Laterano itself, because it just goes against what has been said, what is basically normal. It would just start a chain reaction. And that pastor is, like I said, he still follows the laws of Sancta, but he more or less is wandering his own path, off the path of Sancta, while somewhat trailing it in a way. He finds that girl, and he more or less wants to bring that girl to light and completely disrupt like all the teachings of Sancta and just what they go by, their laws and whatnot. He's basically, by all means, he's not a bad guy, but he more or less is like, I want the gosh, how do I explain this? I'm sure I already pretty much explained enough and you should understand, but I feel like I should still somewhat simplify this among the people. He wants things to be right, basically. It's like, this is a terrible example, but it will make sense. If someone has a booger in their nose, will you tell them? Because if you tell them, one, they're going to be completely embarrassed because you can obviously see their booger. Or two, you don't tell them and they spend the rest of their day with that booger inside their nose for everyone to see, every person they encounter. And the chances of that person either telling them that, oh, hey, you have a booger, I can see it, or whatever, and just looking silly the entire day. And then at the end of the day, maybe they see it. And maybe they won't know. Maybe that booger just showed up there, or you understand what I'm saying, right? It's somewhat like that situation. He more or less wants it to come to light. But at the same time, doing that, it more or less will completely disrupt all of Laterano. Of course, we don't know if it will completely disrupt Laterano, but it's more or less the fear of what will come. Oh, excuse me. A lot of talking before we even get into the story, and we haven't even started with the gacha. So from that aspect, he isn't really an enemy, but he more or less wants information to come to light. But on the other hand, given what he did to Fiametta's squad mate and the squad itself, and crippling his own, like, his squad mate, his coworker, his friend, that is, whatever the reason is, that can obviously already be seen as evil. And then of course, with the black lock and white key, we still don't know exactly what it does, but obviously we know Mastima has one of those and is safeguarding it, and the pastor has the other. So while he isn't an enemy in one aspect, in the other he is the antagonist. Not enemy, I should say antagonist of the story, event story. Or story event. I'm mixing them up. Just like with the black lock and white key. And so basically, at the very end, Suffering finally confronts the pastor, but more or less she finally finds him because she has been looking for him to, well, more or less ask him why he did what he did, why no one's speaking up about it, telling her what happened that day or that night, and more or less possibly killing him. And if I'm being entirely honest, I think this kind of goes in line. I don't remember what the outcome is. I believe they do obviously duke it out because we obviously do the boss fight, him being the boss, and he somewhat escapes with his own kind of followers that are with him in his ideology of somewhat walking the Sancta's path and or religion, but wandering off a little bit. And he more or less, I don't want to say escapes, but goes his own way. And the little girl, I believe, goes with him. I could be wrong. It's been a long time, if I'm being entirely honest, since we did this story event. Not this specifically, but the one I'm talking about, the previous one. And like I said, us, the doctor, the story itself, we weren't too involved. I don't believe. And part of the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't remember us having any form of like dialogue or action. I think we were more or less on the sidelines, kind of doing small things. That, or maybe we weren't there entirely, but I'm pretty sure we were. We were just on the sidelines in a way. And that's pretty much it as far as, of course, I will say this now. Sorry, cutting this off right here. If you're watching this as a video, of course, you already skipped this part. People watching this as a live stream, I will have timestamps. So this entire intro will basically, I'll highlight it as a recap, and then I'll have Gacha and then the story and whatever. So everything will be timestamped. I think that's pretty much it for the recap, really. As you can see, Executor's on screen. Was he in the previous story? He was, but he didn't have the spotlight too much. The only times we saw him was when he... I don't know if I would say he was a side character. He was more or less like the welfare operator that we got from that side story event, whose name I'm currently forgetting. He's an specialist. He's got a shotgun. Enforcer. Wrong skin. This one. This guy. Enforcer. Whenever he would go back to the office, and he by all means is a mailman, in a way. Or at least I believe he is, but he's more or less a mailman for Sancta, aka Lanterano. And every time we see him go back to the office, that's basically when we would see Enforcer. And Enforcer was kind of doing his own thing, doing mailman stuff. So he wasn't entirely in the story, which there isn't actually much to talk about as far as him being in the story, like I said. It was more or less focused on the welfare, 5-star specialist enforcer. I believe that's it, really. Yeah, we pretty much covered everything. Suffering, Mastima, kind of being on the sidelines in a way, not telling Suffering what really happened. Talked about the pastor, talked about the girl that isn't supposed to be a Sancta, but is. Talked about us, the doctor, Julius. I believe that's it, really. Yeah, that should be it. As far as talking about this new event, story event, there isn't much to say because we have to get right into it. But before we get into it, I said this before in previous streams. Of course, if you forgot, I don't blame you because I've been holding off on this story event for a long time, and I do apologize for that. But here we are. I don't have the intention of pulling Executor, but I will throw in a 10 times roll and see if I can maybe get him. And or, if not him, at least one of the new 5-star Spiria, which I have not looked at all. And of course, if we get Executor or Spiria, we will do a very, 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 very tiny review of their skills and just what they're about. So of course, we will start off with the single 10 headhunting rolls, and possibly getting, in the next 10 rolls, you'll get a guaranteed 5-star, possibly within that 10 rolls, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we'll get a 5-star and then end it early, and then we can do the 10 times headhunting. This title of Saint does not increase my strength whatsoever, nor does it present me with a defined duty. I can already feel my voice. I can already feel my voice just leaving me. What does that say? Arbiter Equissimus. Executor the Ex-Fodder. Executor the Ex-Fodder. Single headhuntings starting now. Those sparks. And yes, if it isn't a 4-star, we will be skipping it immediately. To kind of hurry this along, but more or less, no offense to the operators, but there's not going to be anything interesting. 4-star.
ドクター、おでんこです。お時間があったら。
Yes, we have plenty of Podenkos. Nope.
ラバ
And plenty of lavas.
暇でしょうがなかったからなんとなくここに来た。
You have to forgive me. I need to restore my voice so your king will be somewhat silent
あれれ
for the
ここは
moment.
どこ？
コードネームはアレン。
I
今日
don't
からは
believe
正式所属になるらしいよ。
I don't believe we have all Arians. Sorry, something I didn't even mention because I'm waiting for my voice to kind of come back to me. Focus selection points. In the current headhunting, if you make 150 headhunting attempts without receiving the current... Oh, it's a guaranteed. Okay. I mean, we're not focused on that. Another 4-star.
はじめまして上官、
ショー
ロンベン消防署所属のショーです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。はじめ
Alright,
ま
I
して。
changed my mind. We're skipping 4 stars. We pretty much have everyone.
ああ、これ
We're more or less concerned about the 5-star and or 6-star. 3 more rolls.
お客様、私に最高の笑顔を見せてくれませんか。
2.
ドクター、あんたらロロスには随分助けてもらったし、
I know we need
もう
more.
感
I
謝の
think
言葉
we
しか出
might
てこねえ
need
よ。
2 more,
も
possibly,
し
as far as potential. There we go. New operator?
ドクター
No.
こんにちは。この装備は
Although
僕
this
の
is
卒
great,
業
the
制作なんです
lightning
が
lightning
実は
bear.
もともと
And we
こ
do
んな
need
風
more
に
of
仕上
that
げる
as
つ
far
も
as
りなんてな
duplications
くて
go. Or potential, not duplications. Okay. How are we doing? Arundum looks nice as far as our funding in Avalon. What does our Originite look like? 269, that looks good. How much would that be though, if we were to convert? That would be plenty. That's how much. Okay. I'm gonna change my mind. We'll do a deal, but more or less this is my own deal with myself. This is a promise to myself, but more or less to Avalon. We will do a 2 times 10 times, or 2 times the 10 times headhunt certificate. We will do that. But in our first 10 times headhunting ticket, actually no, I'm sorry. Here, let me reword this. So, but more or less I'm saying the same thing. We will do a guaranteed 2 times the 10 times headhunting certificate. For sure. If we get Executor in the first headhunting, 10 times headhunting, we will do another. If we get no Executor in the first headhunting, we will obviously do the second. If we don't get Executor in the second, we will stop. We will leave it at that. That's our promise. So 2 times is basically what we're doing. seeing how our funding is and whatnot with Avalon. Of course, a different game I'm about to mention. When it comes to Fate Grand Order in Arknights, Avalon's funding in Arknights is... we're rich. No offense, but we are stacked. Mainly because we do a very good job of saving on the money side and the Arundum and Originite side. As far as the battle records or battle formulas, which I never remember the name of, the XP, we do a terrible stockpile of it, and we are running low on, which is ironic because we have like the most valuable currency in the game. But when it comes to Fate Grand Order, that's a entirely different stressful situation for Avalon, no matter how many Saint Quartz we have. And of course, if you only play Arknights, if you don't know what Saint Quartz are, by all means, Saint Quartz is basically Originite Prime. That's basically what it is, to keep it short. The 2 times, the 10 times headhunting certificate starts now. Always starts off with yellow. Those sparks. Or gold, I should say, orange. Can we hear that whistle? That sound. When are we gonna hear it? It's gonna do it. Where is it? Cue the audio. Okay, 5-star. I don't hear the whistle. 1 5-star.
私は勝った。ただの傭兵だ。オリパシーを患ったので、ここで働く代わりに。
はじめまして、ドクター君。私はパフューマーのラナ。あれれ？ここはどこ？アルカナの導きにより、ようやくお主とわらわの運命。
プリムと申します。以前はラテラーノ護衛隊に所属しておりました。
あなたがこのロドスのドクター？
It isn't her,
助けてくれて
but that's
あり
fine.
がとう。治療費を払い切るまでちゃんと働くわ。それ以外はとりあえず放っておいてほしいの。
Gosh, I'm currently forgetting. What event was Cantabile from? Thank you for what you did. I'll pay for my treatment in time. Otherwise, I'd like to be on my own for now. What event was she in? Because her kind of Vanguard, her type of Vanguard, wasn't introduced too far off, too long ago. I'd say maybe like in the past 3 to 4 months she was introduced. I will skip the rest because I know she was obviously the only 5-star. While I was looking to get the new 5-star specific for this event, this is still fine. This totally covers it. But of course, like I said, we still have our next 10 times headhunting, which we're going to do right now. And hopefully, maybe pull the 5-star? And who knows, maybe an Executor? We know where the sound cue is, or at least I believe. I'm very good when it comes to visuals. Where is it? It's like right here. Right here. No, you don't hear that surge, that ringing kind of sound. I always forget how it sounds. I always think it's a whistle. I don't think it is. 5-star. I think just one.
フロストリーフ
That looked a little weird.
傭兵をやっていたが今はお前に命を預ける命令とあらば何でも従おう
Random side tangent. Frostleaf altar. It will happen. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, just go on Twitter, scroll down, made a tweet about Frostleaf being an altar, and I basically announced everything that could happen and will most likely possibly happen with Frostleaf in the future. I will leave it at that.
コードネームはファイン
It
コ
will
ーン
happen.
です
There's no way
今
it
日から
won't.
ロドスで働く
あなたがこのロドスのドクター
Hi. Okay.
助けてくれてありがとう。治療費を払い切るまでちゃんと働くわ。それ以外はとりあえず放っておいてほしいの。
I appreciate you taking interest in Avalon, but you're already hired. I don't know why you have to give me another permission slip. So 2 Cantabiles, no new 5-star, although Cantabile kind of counts as a new one because I didn't already have her. No Executor. Are we gonna do another 10 times? Are we at least gonna try and get the new 5-star? We're doing good on it. We're doing good on funding. It should be fine. Surely it's not gonna be a 4-star bag, right? I feel like I hear the audio change. Playing tricks on me. It's right around here. Okay. Okay. Right out the gate.
アンチオリジナル通信ラインはアクティベートされた。
Hey,
受
wife.
信、返信、バベル。こちらケルシー、計画にのっとり、元リターニア地区の探査を遂行している。
My immortal
現状
wife
では凝結点は確認できていない。
that constantly agonizes
君
me
の方の状況はどうだ？
or antagonizes me in my my directions. I'm always happy to pull Calcit, but at the same time, we have her at max, don't we? I believe I do. Oh no.
行動を呼びたい A6 の
She was the only one in the bag, wasn't she?
あの A6 のみんな
Oh no.
メランさん
We'll go 2 more times. I think she was the only one. I don't think there was a 5-star or other
私は
6-star.
やり使いです。新米チームの隊長もしています。
Wife jump scare.
ロドスの地区。
Telling me not to spend too much on gacha.
私は
Oh, another hummus. Okay. Huh. Yeah, no, we have her at max. We have our immortal wife at max. Hummus, we don't, so we can obviously improve that. That's fine. Cantabile, let's get your... There you go. I believe that... Oh, great. That looks good. Yeah. 5-star accounts for 50% of the odds when pulling a 5-star. All possible operators. Probability 2%. 6-star operators 2%. Our wife went out of her way to tell us to stop gotching. Ugh. She said, "Who cares about your probability?" I have to tell my king to stop. Yeah, are we gonna stop? Or are we gonna go for another one? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really stretching this. Last time. This is the last time. We're done. We're done after this. We're done. Last time. And this time we're actually using currency and not just the ticket. So maybe Yostar will maybe pay us back since we're using actual currency now. Not just a ticket. Come on. Show us that permit. Do you hear that audio? It's like... You can faintly hear it. It's like... It's like a... I can hear it. This is a 6-star. This has to be. Can we refund? Can we give it back? We didn't open it. Ugh. Oh god. Okay, well...
Doctor.
Totter, I think we need more of. Not that many totters, but okay. Maybe no one will notice. Here, okay, here we go. This is the last one. 5-star. Okay, we're done. We're done after this. No matter what. We're done. We're done. Show us the new 5-star. We do not need another Cantabile. Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure gosh, I've spent so much time in Fake Grand Order. Not class, but what operator? What, I guess... Module? What module she is, the new 5-star. I think she might be an archer. I could be wrong. Alright, next one. We're done. Okay, we're done. We're done with this. No hummus. Okay. Another Cantabile. Here. He is a Reaper. Okay, he's a Reaper. Okay. I thought he was a guard. Well, I mean, he is a guard, but the Reaper branch. Cannot be healed by allies. Attacks deal AoE damage. Still doing AoE stuff with his shotguns. Unanswered. Okay. Attacks deal AoE damage. Recovers 50 HP for every enemy hit during attacks. And because it's AoE, that actually makes it a lot stronger, given that he's a Reaper. Up to block count. Oh, wait. Attacks deal AoE damage, recovers 50 HP for every enemy hit during attacks up to block count. Oh, okay, I see. So like, let's say for whatever reason there's 8 enemies in the front tiles of Executor, and he shoots his shotgun and he hits all 8 enemies because it's AoE damage. He will not gain 50 HP for each of those enemies. He will only gain 50 HP and another 50 HP up to his block account, or up to his block count, that being 2. So 100, basically. Actually here, sorry, let me reread this. No, so it is 100 HP. Okay, no. I was right. I thought I might be misreading it, but no, I'm right. We can look at the module, which is at stage 3. Gives 60 plus attack and 40 defense. Talent, the chosen one. Actually, let's look at the original. The chosen one. Attacks have a 20% chance to hit twice, given that he has a shotgun, or he's dual wielding a shotgun, an action lever shotgun. Attacks have a 20% chance to hit twice. This chance increases by 5% for each ammo consumed. While a skill is active, resetting when the skill ends. And then the module at stage 3. When attacking, there's a 35% chance, upgrading for 20. Chance to perform an additional attack that ignores 300 defense. Ignores 300 defense. Very, very good. This chance increases by 5% for each ammo consumed. Same thing. It's just, it's a higher percent chance, while at the same time adding the additional attack, which is already in the first one, but the ignores 300 defense, which is very, very good. Empathy by shotgun, which isn't upgraded at all by the module, it's just focused on the first talent. For every Laterano operator deployed, basically any Sancta in a way, but just be careful, be aware of the Laterano symbol behind them. Of course, if you're wondering what that symbol is, if you look at the chibi model of Executor that you see on the right side screen, above him, the Arbiter Equissimus, I believe is what it says. Behind that symbol, you more or less are going to look for that symbol. It isn't that specific symbol, but you'll know what I mean when you see it. You'll know. For every Laterano operator deployed, increases the ammo capacity of this unit's ammo-based skills by +1, stacks up to 4 times. This is something I would have to see in game. When it comes to operators and having ammo, the only operator that I have experience with is Chen the Hollande, which is basically Chen Alter, the summer version. But at the same time, she more or less doesn't truly focus on the ammo capacity side, and or you don't really get to see it because you most of the time are going to be running her skill 3, which is very powerful. So when it comes to the ammo capacity stuff, I would have to actually see it in action because I'm not too well informed. Avalon doesn't have that much information on it, personally. Testament exacted. This is at max module. Or max, not max module. What do you call it? Mastery 3. Offensive recovery auto. Attack range expands. Attack plus 50%. Attacks ignore 400 of the target's defense. Of course, if you take into mind, if you have the module activated, that is another ignore 300 defense, so that would be 700 defense of the target's defense in total, which is very, very good. Skill activation grants 8 ammo, and like I said, I personally don't have too much information when it comes to the whole ammo capacity, so I'm not sure if there's like a base number for it, because I was already looking at it, I was under the assumption that he has 4 ammo or something along those lines. And then obviously you see skill activation grants 8 ammo and the skill ends. So like I said, I'll have to see it personally. In action. Skill activation grants 8 ammo and the skill ends when all ammo is used. Okay. Can manually deactivate skill. That's good. Second skill, close combat. Offensive recovery, manual. Attack plus 80, defense plus 80, block plus 1. So the block, of course, will go into the Reaper, that being recovers 50 HP for every enemy hit during attacks up to block count. So because it's increasing by 3, that will be 150 HP for each enemy. So I believe if there is 3 enemies in his front tile, he will gain 150 HP for all 3 enemies. So that would be a total of 400 HP being granted to him. And of course, if there's 4 enemies instead, and he hits all 4 enemies, it will only count those 3 enemies. Excuse me. A lot of speaking. So, block plus 1. Upon receiving a melee attack from an enemy, there's a 40% chance to dodge and reload 1 ammo. That is very good. So you're gaining a defense plus 80% defense, and he already has pretty decent defense. So a plus 80 is very good. But not only that, you do have that 40% chance to dodge, which is just stacking on top of it, making it even more stronger in general as far as survivability. I gotta wrap this up and get to the story. Skill activation grants 12 ammo and the skill Skill activation grants 12 ammo and the skill ends when all ammo is used. So basically like first skill. Can manually deactivate skill. Very, very important wording there. Can manually deactivate skill. So you can plan things ahead. Okay, sorry, I was reading something on the bottom. So skill 3, Damnatus X Fodier. Offensive recovery, manual. Attack interval lengthens slightly. So no, I don't need to. Well, I mean, I guess I could explain it. I like explaining things to Avalon and or you wonderful, beautiful Avalon people. So lengthens slightly. That more or less. I won't say this. If it's in red lettering, normally it just means a bad thing, and or is a bad thing. So because it is in red lettering and the way it's worded, basically it increases the attack interval, which means every time he does I guess every time he shoots his gun, because you're activating the skill, it takes longer for him to shoot his gun. So basically it's a attack speed down in a way. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say in a way. That basically is what it is. That's what it's saying. Although it's interesting that, I mean, it doesn't just say that, but either way. Attack range expands. I would be interested to see how far and or what direction that kind of goes in. The expands. Attack 180%. Good. Very good. Each time one ammo is consumed, attack increases by an additional 6%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. Calculator? Let's see. So, I mean, pretty much 30 times 6, right? Another 180%. That's what it'll be. So if you do get to that maximum of 30 stacks, that will be another 180% on top of the already plus 180% right off start of skill. Increases the trait HP recovery effectiveness to 3 times. So I would assume increases the trait HP recovery effectiveness to 3 times. So I would assume that since it's at 50 right now, 3 times, that would just already be 150. And you'll have to forgive me because I am kind of mixing this up with the second skill. With the block +1. Because this more or less does the same exact thing as the wording on this. Increases the trait HP recovery effectiveness to 3 times. This more or less makes up for it. So both of these, by literal definition, have the same exact skill in a way, as far as that goes, the healing. Although, of course, close combat, you have a +1 block. That's one of the differences. But the HP recovery, it's the same. When the skill ends, deals 250% of attack as physical damage to all enemies attacked while the skill is active. This wording is a little weird. When the skill ends, deals 250% of attack as physical damage to all enemies attacked while the skill is active. I feel like I understand what it's saying, or what it's implying. This is kind of a weird one to explain. So if there is 3 enemies in your frontal tiles and your skill is about to end, if you hit those 3 enemies at least once, if the skill goes off and or turns off, it will do 250% of attack to those specific 3 enemies that you hit. If a 4th enemy enters that same line or the same tiles as those 3 enemies, if Executor didn't attack that 4th enemy in time while the skill was active, that enemy won't get hit. So it is kind of a timing kind of thing. I believe I explained it pretty well. Skill activation grants 16 ammo, and the skill ends when all ammo is used. Can manually... Same thing, same dialogue. Although, grants 16 ammo is obviously higher. Once again, I'll say it, when it comes to ammo, I will have to see it in person. This is really interesting to see. And then, the thing that most people tend to ignore, but obviously won't ignore when it comes to factory, logistics, material haul instructor. So he does factory, battle record formula specifically, reasonable utilization when this operator is assigned to a factory as well, the same thing. Capacity limit is increased by +4 when producing battle records. Okay. Executor, 6-star Executor. Damage wise, he seems very, very good. The +80% attack +180%, sorry, not 80%, 180%. Very, very good start to his skill. That is a lot of damage. Each time one ammo is consumed, attack increases by an additional 6% up to a maximum of 30 stacks, which we know is another 180% if you do get to that maximum, which is very, very, very strong. If you take into the fact of for every Laterano operator deployed increases ammo capacity of this unit's ammo base skills by +1, stacks up to 4 times. So basically getting you there quicker. Not, well, I shouldn't say quicker, but more or less making sure you get to that number 30, that 30 stacks. But not only that, attacks have a 20% chance to hit twice with all that damage that you already have. This chance increases by 5% for each ammo consumed while a skill is active, resetting when the skill ends. But if you have the module, 35% chance to perform an additional attack, which is already the same lines, but the important part, ignores 300 defense, which goes very, very good with his 180% attack buff, including you getting to those 30 stacks to grant an additional 180% attack. This chance increases by 5% for each ammo consumed while a skill is active. So this is very, very good. A high damage kind of operator. The start off is very good. How would I say it? The process to getting to 30 stacks, I would have to see in game, really. I can't say from just looking at this, because like I said, when it comes to operators and ammo, I'm not 100% sure. I can't say for certain or make like a guess. It does seem like it might be a long time to get to 30 stacks, because he is at slightly slow. And at the same time, I'm not sure how much ammo capacity he will have, because skill activation grants 16 ammo. So I'm not sure, really, to be entirely honest. But what I can say for sure, like I already said, the plus 180% attack buff is very strong. And of course, like I said, the additional 180% chance, if you do end up getting to that, is very, very, very good. Especially adding in the ignores 300 defense, which is a lot if you get the module to stage 3. And I did not realize it does increase the recovers 60 HP instead of 50, which is a minor buff, but I mean still, it's something to point out. The only downside, which I mean it's a part of his branch, so you can't complain too much, but just to point it out, the only downside to him is that others cannot heal him. So any other medic cannot heal him. He is solely, I mean, he is a Reaper by all means. He is like I don't know what other reference to use. He basically gets stuff done on his own. He takes care of himself. the other way of healing him, another way of healing him, not directly, but more or less kind of almost like a landmine. The first person that comes to mind, I don't remember if I've ever streamed with her on my my squad before, because we do a war-based lineup, and she has yet to make a stand. Our Scotty. She is a perfect example. She is a healer, but not directly. So she is a branch bard, does not attack but continuously restores the HP of all allies within range. The HP restored per second is equal to 10% of self-attack. Self is unaffected by inspiration, which is something else we can get into, but I'm not going to because we've already spent so much time talking about Executor and his skills and just the recap and everything. We really need to get to the story. But what I'm getting at is medics cannot heal Reapers, and this goes for all Reapers, and or anyone that has the lines cannot be healed by other operators. Operators like Scotty does not attack but continuously restores the HP of all allies within range, ignores those lines of text about not being healed by operators, because this is something that isn't direct. So if you do want to heal him or add some form of support to him, you can deploy a Scotty. The other person that comes to mind, which I think would be, I don't believe I have her leveled up. Suzerain is the example, but that isn't who I was thinking of. Sora. She also, well, I mean, I guess this kind of seems to almost be every bard. Not everyone, because I know, I'm forgetting her name, Quirkus. She's not a bard. Okay, alright. Ignore what I was about to get into. What I was saying with Sora. She is a bard as well, surprisingly. Does the same thing as Scotty, but obviously applies different traits, different things. Attack range expands. All enemies within attack range are put to sleep. And the healing effect of this unit's trait is increased to 45%. And given that she's a bard, does not attack, but continuously restores the HP of all allies within range. Good. Good. So if you want to actually apply some heals, that would be the way. And while I distract you with all this random talking, I'm going to roll another one and possibly pull the Executor. Okay, by all means, this is the last one. We need to get to the story. I'm sorry. But then again, I'm sure you want to see Gacha. Surely you don't want to watch your king in agony, as he doesn't pull the 5-star or the 6-star, either or. I am rooting for the 5-star, but seeing as we got the 6-star, whoever that might be, we shouldn't get our hopes up yet. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that.
大将どうも J と申します。星熊さんに勧められてロドスに来やした。我が主の盟友よ。あなたにヒーラーの祝福を。
I'm ready to get into the story. I am so ready. Who do we got? Show us the 6-star. I'm gonna lose my mind if it's our wife. It's this next one.
やり使いです。新米チームの隊長もしています。ロドスの力に
驚かれているようですね、ドクター。
Okay.
安心してください。装備の変化は任務の遂行に何の影響も及ぼしません。どうしても気にされるのであれば、ロドスを訪ねる際には以前の服装に着替えます。不要ですか？了解しました。
If you find yourself ill at ease because of my attire, I can change it to my previous garments before. Okay. No, you're fine, dude. Forgive me. You're fine, my fellow Sancta. Any and everyone is welcome in Avalon, no matter what attire. Just make sure you're wearing clothing. Okay, we got him. And of course, given that we already went over his skills and everything, let's level him up. The English, which obviously I shouldn't need to go into this. I am a JP fan when it comes to subtitles and or just listening to JP. No offense to Ian. Oops. Okay. I keep agonizing myself getting ready to demonstrate his skills, even though we already or talk about his skills and whatnot, even though we already basically went over it. And I am happy to see that we have plenty of battle records. Okay, of course, I'll let his lines speak for themselves. Or, well, he himself speak for himself. You're promoted.
全く新しいプロファイルを作成していただいたようですが、次の任務で私は身分を偽る必要があるということですか？もしご入り用なら ID チェックを通過できる身分証を取得するつてがあります。いらない。今回も通常の昇進なんですか？
Okay. Weird. This might be a hint at what we're getting at in the story. Because like I said, obviously, we already did our recap of the previous Laterano event. And then, obviously, we don't know what we're getting into with this new one. Is this a false identity for my next mission? Yeah, just that line of text. Huh. Sorry, I shouldn't be thinking so hard. I don't know what I'm expecting myself to come to an answer when I legitimately don't know what we're getting into. But more or less, sticking by what I said, a little hint as to what we're getting into. Maybe some spy work, we're going undercover. And by we, I mean Executor. And whoever's accompanying him, which I'm assuming is the new 5-star.
このうちいくつかの戦闘技術を試したことがあります。実戦での効果は悪くありませんでした。
Improves first talent. Okay. That's actually good, to be honest. Improving the first talent compared to the second one. That's very good. Uh-oh. No worries. We do have enough. Believe me, I made sure we had enough. Made sure before we even streamed the event, just Arknights in general, that I came prepared for any and all chips. We just need one. Although it wouldn't hurt to go up 4, at least. 5. There we go. Good. Just to prep for next time. Whoever may be next.
法の理解を試みています。ラテラーノは確かにこれらの言葉に支えられているのでしょうか。法はラテラーノ以外の地でも働くのでしょうか。私自身ある程度の影響を受けていることは認めねばなりません。できるだけ早く結論を出します。
Okay, this is interesting. I am trying to understand the law. Is Laterano's foundation truly these words alone? Is that applicable to lands other than Laterano? I must admit, I have been affected by it to a certain degree. So, gosh. A little bit of my memory is kind of coming back to me as far as the previous story event. if I remember correctly, in Laterano, I believe the girl that isn't supposed to be a Sancta is defying the laws of Laterano completely, and or the Sanctas. I believe she was revealed to all of Laterano that she by all means wasn't a Sancta, and yet she did have a halo, which is defying nature itself, or natural law, I guess, in their words. Executor, obviously given this line of text that he's mentioning, seems to be affected by it in some way. So this is affecting him, but I'm sure other people obviously as well. Interesting. Of course, it makes me question more what we're getting into as far as the event that we're going to get into. Unanswered. Of course, we still have to level him. We will get him to 65.
このうちいくつかの戦闘技術を試したことがあります。
Okay.
実戦での効果は悪くありませんでした。
Set skill 3 as the default. Upgrade it all the way. Good. Now, of course, at Mastery 3, we know it's going to be 180%, which... Do I want to do that? It wouldn't hurt. If we could find him here. Skill 3. Yeah, we have enough. Yeah, sure. Thankfully, it does not cost any Lungman dollars, which is a very big positive. Is there anyone with trust that we need to get up, though? Yeah. A Kafuya. Alright, 5 hours, or, well, 6 hours in a way. That should be good. How's our... No, we don't even have any royal guards. Yeah, it should be good. Cantabile, we will have to wait till next time because I don't want to... If I'm being entirely honest, I don't want to waste any more time. We really need to get started on this event. BGM. It's interesting looking at Executor's attire. Like, he's got what seems to be like formal and or like I don't want to say military, but underneath his robe-like attire, his black clothing seems to be almost militaristic in a way, like leather, and then he has like robes over his shoulders and covering his entirety of his left side hand, or arm I should say, not hand. And then there's that Reaper-like thing, which I'm not actually sure what that is, which I'm sure we'll see. And of course in the background you can see on the right hand side the new 5-star, which I forget her name, and I believe he's the new welfare, I could be wrong. On the left side is the person that I did not mention, but he is, I think, the manager and or the boss of the mailman, whatever that place is called. When I did the recap, I mentioned that Executor and the Enforcer is his name, his code name. Enforcer and Executor are mailmen, and their boss is that guy on the left. I don't know if he's the manager or if he's the boss, but that's more or less who he is. He was in the previous story, but he didn't have like any major parts. He just showed up every now and then saying, oh hey, can you deliver this, or something along those lines. Nothing too major, but we did see him. Operation ends at January 4th. Okay. 4 days remaining. Thankfully, that is enough time. But before I actually do the intro, I will obviously... Oh, I guess not. Never mind. Because we're not going to set up our squad. As far as setting up our squad itself, and or AKA in FGO terms, our formation, I'll explain what we do with that. And of course, those of you that have watched recent streams of Arknights and or Fate Grand Order, you already know what I'm going to get into. But till then... we're finally starting Hortus de Escapismo. I'm already losing my voice, and now I gotta pronounce all of these. Sanctiluminium Ambrosi. Crown offering. The holy city bestows a radiant crown. Oh, I hope there is no... They say Laterano is a paradise. A land of freedom, happiness, and order. One of the few left in this chaotic world. Have you ever known doubt, my child? How was our city built? How did it grow? And how did it prosper? Why is there only one Laterano? Why is it called the Eternal Paradise? If the fires of war burn once more, and peace falls into ruin before our eyes, will the world continue to tolerate paradise? Okay, no more narrator. I need to take a break. Oh, we're back here. Okay. So, of course, I don't know if they're reusing the same scenery for a different place, or if this is indeed the same exact place. I believe it is the same exact place, but this background, this scenery, is the... I'm not going to remember the specific name, but I can more or less explain it. This is basically like, I guess, town hall, you could say. This is where, like, if you have a complaint or anything of that sort, or you're here to pray, this is where you would go. And then obviously, given that there's a apostolic knight and the holiness himself, that of the Sanctas. Yeah, I would never have remembered this name. I don't think anyone could blame your king. Evangelista. And then XI. I believe that's the 11th? I believe X means 10. And if you wanted to do 20, I believe you would add in another X, so it'd be XXI, so 21. Roman numeral. That I remember. Sorry, continuing on. I'm babbling about random stuff. Could it be? Don't shoot your gun. Okay, well. Something to keep note of. Of course, this is more or less for anyone who hasn't played Arknights or hasn't been in Laterano. Every single Sancta has their own gun. They have their own personal gun. So for example, this man has what I would assume is possibly maybe a shotgun or a rifle. I see the butt stock, I believe that's called. Or I guess, maybe not butt stock. I believe it's just stock. And then with the woman, I believe she might have a handgun. I didn't really look. I don't see it. Maybe a longer waist on her back. Sorry, I said in the past, I know I said mailman when I kept describing them. The more proper word would be messenger. They are messengers. Federico. One second. Okay, we're back. Dedicated to the job, the task. Arturia. Okay, new faces. The old man's emaciated face twitches slightly. It is as though he is mustering the strength to tear apart that which threatens to crush him beneath his loose skin. His words are replaced by a string of coughs and gasps. Okay, her name, well, I mean, obviously, but her name's Arturia. Sorry, I didn't really mention it. I was kind of being engrossed in the story, or what's being said. Not a violin, but almost like a slightly dismantled saxophone, in a way. Like you're missing the actual outer parts, but you still have the strings that hold it. And it's just a different framework. And I can't tell if it's like maybe the end tip is a sword, possibly. The old man falls silent again. Do all who grow old grow dry and stiff? The lines on his face, once so beloved, now cast only lethargy. The eyes have become clouded by the decades that they have seen. The face should have been warmer, gentler, more lateran. Okay, still new characters. eating, ingestion of food for the organism's survival. It is the basis of life and the fundamental instinct of all animals. Eat, digest, metabolize. Activities for the sake of survival. The most legitimate desire there is. Believe me, I for sure know this isn't anything having to do with the Seaborn and or the Aegers, but I almost get that vibe just looking at this silhouette. But I know for a fact we're not going to see any form of that. As much as I know you know how much your king loves talking about the Aegers. There's no answer. No. Wait. I'm getting too excited. We're gonna let this play out. That sound was nothing. The priest's voice mixes with a strange sound, echoing through the underground space. The sound of eating. The sound of ripping food apart and swallowing it. Life that has lost its original form grows in the shadows. Speaking of Sanctas and their personal guns, yes, this girl indeed does have a handgun on her side. Just another example to point out. One second. And we're back. Forgive me, just typing something. Just little notes. Personal business stuff. I'll leave it at that. It doesn't have anything to do with the current scenario. That being Church and Clement. Fortuna. That name looks familiar. Lemuin. Gosh, if I had to guess, I'm not entirely sure on this. That name does look familiar, but I might be mixing up for someone else. I believe it's the girl that's a part of that special task force that's in Laterano. I believe she has like purple hair and black clothing, which we might see, unless it might not be her. We won't know until we actually see who Lemlin is. Tuna. It pretty much is. It can be, but nonetheless, it is your personal gun. I guess you could play it your Sancta gun. And I believe she's using her father's as like a form of that, and or for safekeeping, because, well, it's her father's family. Share the gun. There's no way. There's no way. Is there going to be Seaborn in this story event? You saw me mention it during Lone Trail. The unknown, the possible threat that the Seaborn pose. But not only the Seaborn, but more or less what the Aegers know. Do they pose a threat? But the scary thing about all of this is the unknown. What we don't know about them. And yet here they are, possibly being mentioned in this story event that has nothing to do with the actual Seaborn event with Scotty. Gosh, I'm already forgetting their names. Scotty, Spectre, the one hunter guy, which we haven't confirmed if he's dead or not. Gosh, I'm having a brain for it. There's two others. Not the specialist one, the executor one, the tall lady one, and then whatever. You get my point. Not only Lone Trail, that has nothing to do with Seaborn, but are being mentioned in the event itself, and now this. Possibly. It hasn't been said yet, but what was that silhouette we just saw? These names don't look familiar. I'm not sure. Nice BGM. Sorry, I just want to take this in. So yeah, beautiful scenery, concerning BGM, and I don't mean that literally, I mean the vibe that it gives. Mysterious exploration kind of music. But sorry, as I was saying, the two names that I wasn't familiar with, obviously this is who they are, the two assuming operators behind Executor. One being the manager and or boss of Executor, and the other, which we still don't know anything about because she is the new 5-star operator. Rochelle is her name. Oh no. Excuse my French, there's no effing way. Target building has been identified. It is a large mobile complex built jointly by Iberia, whatever, being where the Aegers are, and Seaborn. I didn't think they would be here. They're here. I'm so curious. I'm sorry. I know I'm delaying this further than it needs to be, but I don't remember specifically what I said, but I know for a fact in Lone Trail, I said it. Something's going to happen at some point with the Aegers, some giant event, whether that's their own event or maybe the main story chapter, possibly. something's going to happen because they are creeping around every corner of every event. Something's gonna happen. Originally controlled by Iberia. 61 years ago. It doesn't matter. Sure, it's not there anymore, but the fact that it was in Iberia at some point. Big guns like you too? Okay. Okay. I remember now. Cardinal Aid Lemuin and Legatus Orin Argilius. Those are the two. The purple-haired girl and the dark bluish greenish haired guy. I don't know how else to say it, but to better describe him, he wears a headband, a red headband. Those are the two cardinals. I remember that now. Seems that way for everyone when it comes to Orin. Executor. AKA Federico. He is straight to the point when it comes to what his assignment is. I can't believe we're gonna see maybe some Seaborn action, possibly. That is crazy. And of course we'll get a tutorial for whatever the new mechanic is for this specific event. Time to pray. Only through introspective prayer can one's mind be freed from panic. Holy statue can calm the emotions of residents. Okay, wow. Okay, this is new. This right-hand side is very new. Okay. If you haven't watched previous streams before from my my angry tangents during the X stages of previous events, not all, but some come to mind. I don't really remember if I went on a tangent about this, but not knowing the exact stats for the enemies and or specific things was kind of irritating for me, but to see this is beautiful. Good. It's almost as if they heard my words. The king himself, Avalon. I mean, hey, we could take that as a positive. Avalon's spreading its influence. People are receiving word. That's great. Even Yostar sees it. But yeah, tutorial for the holy statues. And, oh boy. Our daily login, which we are actually 40 minutes late to. We'll do a daily walk of our factory. Check in with our operators.
ドクターが心配してくれるの。
Make sure deliveries are being made by Anton. And sending out our own delivery papers. 62117 top. Cash Sharp, you're getting everything. That'll do, pretty much. I could worry about fixing around things later. Same thing with friends and everything else. Do a quick credit store walkthrough. I need permits. And that'll do token exchange. Looking great. Distinctions. Wow, we're actually 20 off. I'll check in with that later. No, right now we're focused on the story. Recruits we could actually do very quickly. And yes, I just yes, I did miss that specialist. Ignore that. That specialist tag. Okay. Back to it. Time to pray. Okay, let's sit upright in our throne. No more relaxing. Nah Beast. Inflicts bleed on allied operators after several attacks. Bleed being a new thing. Here. I know everything's gonna be explained, but still, I like to look ahead. And listen to the BGM. Are we building up to something? Interesting beat. Sorry, I'm just waiting for this build up. Okay. Interesting rave club. Okay. Spend 20 DP to greatly reduce the panic of monastery inhabitants and the surrounding 8 tiles. Okay. So I believe this is gonna be something like with, well, unironically, like the Seaborn event with the I believe it's called nervous ailment that operators got, where they would basically fall asleep in a way when they reached the maximum, and there were towers just like this that would cure them of it. Monastery inhabitant. Stays on the field and does not move towards the objective point. It will not be attacked by enemies, but will lose HP after becoming terrified. Depletes 1 life point on death, does not count towards the defeated enemy's counter. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I was gonna say, so does this fear not apply to our operators? It's just the allies, the NPCs? Should be rising up. Okay.
美味しいもの食べよ
Wait for the dialogue to pop up.
Doctor, 私は
元気出して
Oh, another gimmick, maybe? Oh. Well, logically, we don't want to place that yet, but whatever. Speed it up a little bit. Weird. Okay. Pretty simple, honestly. And as I say that, I'm sure there's gonna be a stage where there's at least 30 civilians. Surely. Alright. Back to the story. Home sweet home. Before this place became a den for infected creatures, it was once a magnificent building with towering eaves. Okay. Said this at the start. When it comes to squads, aka in fake Grand Order terms, formations, whether that's the story or the event, we do story-based squads and or formation, and or I guess you could say lore-based kind of squads. What does that mean? So for the operators that are currently with us and or we are, in the story along with, for example, Executor and his two allies, obviously, we would be using those three operators. Now, given that we did not pull the 5-star operator, whose name is escaping my head, my brain, we will obviously not be using her because, well, we can't. We don't have her. Same thing goes for the other operator, whose name is escaping my mind. But given that we do have Executor, we will be using him. And for anyone that shows up in the story, for example, if Susuro were to show up, we would put Susuro in our squad. Now, for all the empty spots that we will have that are opened up, we do use operators that we need to get our trust up in. So for example, Lin, 133%, we need to get her at 200%. Susuro, I'm sure 68%. And then wind chimes, I might have, no, 179%. So the miscellaneous spots, the empty spots, will be filled in with operators that I need to get trust up in. Fire Whistle, I believe I do have at 200%, which we do. So I will be subbing her out for someone new. That being, obviously, Executor.
法そのものには力はありません。それゆえに執行するものが必要なのです。
Fire Whistle was a guard, so it would be ideal to throw in another guard. Amiya, we have at max. Of course, obviously seeing this lineup, this is our previous lineup from the last, I believe the last Arknights we did was Lone Trail, I believe. Yeah, it was Lone Trail. It's been a while since we actually played Arknights, to be honest. But then again, when I think about it, we did have the Integrated Strategies 3 that we did, but either way. Subbing in a guard operator. Who do we need to get up? Liskarm, I'm sure we have 200%. Croissant, same thing. Penance, I know we need to get up. Hoshiguma, Asbestos, Shalem. Wow, Shalem's up. Vulcan? Okay. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be Penance. 104%. What skill do we want, though? Skill 2 does arts damage, while the first one focuses on physical. Lin and Hoholiuk pretty much cover arts, so I'm more or less wanting to stick with the first skill. Indra, we can switch out. Given that she's a guard. Given that she's a guard, we'll probably switch her out for a guard. Quartz, I think, yeah, 200%. Chongyu, I'm pretty sure we need to get up. Yeah, 62%. We don't even have him leveled up either. Siege, I know we have you at max. A wonderful Vanguard operator. Very basic, but good. What does our formation, our squad, need? We only have one healer. Heidi is a bard, and we do need to get her up. Just review her very quickly. Yeah, this is good. Skill 2. Skill 2 is actually very good. This actually helps out a lot with Executor's first talent. Or not first talent, his branch in healing. Morgan, I'm sure we need to get up. 58%, yep. Dagda, yeah, we need to get up. Oholiak, right? 100%. Hines, 100. W, 66, surprisingly. Moonshine's we already went over. Lin, we already went over. Yeah, this looks good. And of course, the 3 operators that were introduced. Executor is the only one that we actually own. The welfare operator we won't get until later in the story, after completing a certain amount, which I would say like the 4th or 5th stage would be the requirement. And then obviously the 5-star operator, whose branch I'm not sure she falls under. We don't have her, so we obviously can't use her. It was autumn at the time, and I was trekking through the barren wastes with a few Iberians who were fleeing their homeland. Just when we thought we were going to meet our ends there, the abbey appeared in front of us. It seemed like some sort of miracle, an act of divine intervention that couldn't be real. The venerable abbot, Bishop Terragrossa, took in these people who had nowhere to go. He was a respectable elder, most pious and devout in his ways. Under his management, this monastery, cut off from the rest of the land by the wilderness, became its own fantastical domain of sorts. Here, people whose lives would normally never intertwine lived in harmony, depending on one another. They lived in material poverty, but not spiritual poverty, making no distinction between class, all putting their best feet forward to live life. I was wrong. I was wrong. This is Lemuin. I can't believe I forgot her name. She looks great. Wow, she has changed. I will say this. Gosh, I'm already forgetting his name. But then again, no offense to him, everyone seems to. Legatus. That guy. I know for a fact that is him. Lemuin. This is when I said at the recap of the previous Laterano side story event. This is Fiametta's co-worker and or her friend, her squad mate, that got crippled by the pastor, whose name I do not remember, which you'll have to forgive me on. This is her. And yes, she looks great. Well, she looks different, but in a good way. So this is who the Pope sent to investigate. When I made my... That's actually interesting. I can't believe... Something I will say that I completely forgot to mention, but I think the fact that I said she was crippled more or less gives you the idea that, okay, she's not in that line of work anymore. But when I said that she was crippled, she did indeed stop doing what it is that she does, which isn't specifically said what they do. I'm assuming they're a special kind of task force, that being Mostima suffering Lumen, or God, why am I forgetting? I'm so sorry. I'm fumbling my words. Lemuin. And the pastor. They were some kind of special task force, in a way. If I had to guess, I would imagine that's true. Given that she is crippled, me saying that should already plant the idea that, okay, she's not in that line of work anymore. But here she is. The Pope himself sending her and Legatus, Orin, I remember his name now, Orin, to investigate this place. And while we do see her still in her wheelchair, she's still working. That I'm surprised at. So if you think I lied about that part, no, she is crippled. But what is surprising is she's still in this line of work. When I made my request, the abbot replied to me after an extended silence, saying that while he would not refuse aid to those in need, there was not much he could do because of my distance. Maybe because I wasn't expecting much in the first place, I didn't feel too bad about being turned down. If anything, he seemed more guilty and chagrined about turning down my unreasonable request than the person who made it in the first place. I am deeply gratified that there exists such a paradise for good people, but at the same time, I could not help but raise this one question. Can this miracle, like a seed that refuses to adapt to the soil it is grown in, truly persist on this land? Maybe I've been here a bit too long. It's about time I set out again to Laterano. I didn't mention what gun she uses, and obviously you can see. But she does indeed use a sniper. Although I think the the flower petals on top of the barrel is interesting and or new. Yeah. Maybe it was a foresight. Forgive me, I'm not thinking of the right word. A miracle. And by miracle, I mean maybe it was, gosh, not miracle. What's the word? I don't want to say prophesized, because this isn't something that was planned. You understand what I mean. You've been around Julius for long. The young man stopped speaking halfway through. He suddenly falls silent. Okay, here she is. Serpilia. Almost looks like a German pistol. Unless I might be mistaking that. Gosh, maybe I might be mistaken that for, I think, forgive me, that might be it's either a German pistol, but upon saying that, I immediately think it's a Chinese pistol. One or the other. I know that for a fact. It is one or the other, but I'm not sure. But either way, interesting. I could tell exactly what kind of guy Rochelle is. Straight to the point. Gosh. God, I love the Sanctum. Okay. This really is like a special task force. Well, gosh, I'm curious if it's intentional. I don't think it's intentional because, like, and what I mean by intentional, I don't think there's actually a plan behind it. I think Federico, aka Executor, is more or less just, this is him being him. And, forgive me, I already forgot her name. Serpilia is taking advantage of that because while he has the while he has Ryman's attention, she more or less is either gonna scout around or get a good vantage point as far as maybe apprehending him or taking his weapon or just anything of the sort. She's more or less taking advantage of this situation, given that Federico has his attention. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it was like, I don't think there was any plan behind it. It's just him being him. I was gonna say, are we gonna duke it out right now? A mini boss fight? Yep. Yep. Children. Raggedly dressed boy. That big smile. Yeah, see. We're calling it out before it even happens. Or, well, I mean, she more or less gave us a hint by just leaving, but we figured out the rest. Wait. I don't know what he means by this. A raid. Like, I know what he means by that, but like the word raid, but I have no idea who could be raiding. robbers. Okay. Home sweet home. Let's sit upright. Man stations.
私は好き勝手ドンパチするから、あんたたちも好きにして。
Of course, this is technically our first stage. We still haven't really seen the bleed effect. How can we... Well... I'm sorry, how do we want to go about this? I know I'm overthinking it, and we can just easily brute force it, but... I still like to plan. It's nice doing these things. I guess this will always be a must.
尻尾にホコリがつくのは嫌って言わなかったかしら。まずはじゃがいもを埋めてくるわ。ご指令をどうぞ。
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。
Restore his sanity.
あまり待たせないで。
私を傭兵扱いするつもりの自分の目で確かめさせてください。私を逃げられると思う？
Come on. It didn't hit for some reason.
我が輩たち全員を倒さないと勝ちじゃないからね。
There we go. Alright, get your sanity back.
私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？
Just insta kill. Cure their sanity. Might as well. Speed up. Get W out, place some mines. Although we should do it on the other side.
今日はご機嫌斜めなの。ついてないわね。踏んでみたら？
Might have to slow it down. Okay. Ugh.
戦い続け。
Speed up.
踏んでみたら？
Should get Executor out.
法の正確性を担保します。
Oh. Vesper Wing. Attacks deal arts damage and inflict bleed on allied operators after several attacks. Okay. Looks like a mouse with bat wings. And it does attack the statues.
3、1、
We don't really need ID. Speed up.
Sa, クイズよ。このジャガイモは爆弾でしょうか？私決められると思う？ 医者ならここに。ここだよ。さあクイズよ。このジャガイモは爆弾でしょうか？ じゃあ、あの人たちはここに埋葬してあげましょう。
Oh, it did. Okay. I was curious if it would hit or not. It's really suspicious when you word it like that, especially when you're giving a confused face. Probably still in a wheelchair. I was gonna say, for a situation like this, I would just say, like, go ask her yourself. Just mention my name and she'll know immediately, and she'll tell you. Okay, so what about the bandits or thieves? Okay, so they're actual people. Okay, Executor is like... I almost... Well... I will go with this. Executor must be some kind of title, but the second thing that comes to mind, maybe a job? Maybe? Because Rochelle is referring himself to an Executor, when originally we thought Executor was just a code name for Federico in Rhodes Island. But apparently it's not, it's an actual title. The tall, thin, and frail middle-aged man subconsciously glances at the guns in their hand, in the hands of the two Lateran visitors. God, I love these. I love these formalities. I'm sorry, just to recap up here. It is our understanding that Sanctiluminium Ambrosi sent a distress message to Laterano. We dispatched 2 nuncios in response and lost contact of both of them. What was the distress message? What was the problem? That's what we need to know. Because, like, it's one thing that Orin seemed to apparently be on edge and took advantage of the situation and left. Why were they there? Why were they sent there? Because if we find out why they were sent there, maybe that leads to what it is, or why it is that Orin left immediately. And who knows, maybe it's not, but still. If I were to think as to why they would restrain them to this specific location, I would imagine it's more or less like, we don't want you going too far off in maybe breaking a leg, because you're basically in our care and we asked for your help, so we wouldn't want you to get hurt. I would imagine is the kind of situation. And the fact that Orin slipped out is more or less like, oh no, we're not taking care of our guests in a way. And then in response, they send 2 Lateranos to apprehend whoever's in charge, because you more or less put them in danger. And or didn't take care of them. A sarcasm. I will be very, very quick about this, but it will explain, like, just, well, I mean, I don't have to make this long. I'll just quickly do this. When it comes to Sanctas, by all means, their history with the Sarkaz to them, the Sarkaz are, like, I mean, when it comes to the Sarkaz, this basically goes for any race. They basically are demons to everyone. But as far as the Sancta goes, the Sancta and the Sarkaz are the literal devil in their eyes. And or demons, I guess you could say. I guess, well, I would apply demons for everyone else's perspectives, and for the Sancta, I would imagine it would be devil. So to have someone, a Sarkaz, in a holy place like this is kind of like, this is holy grounds. You cannot have someone like evil, this evil. But more or less from their perspective, as I'm seeing right now, it seems like they're on bad terms. It isn't taken too seriously, interestingly. And if I had to guess, I think the reason why Federico isn't as, like, I shouldn't say angry, but more or less like concerned about this is because he is working under Rhodes Island, and or he has worked under Rhodes Island. And as you know, we do have Sarkaz, different races of Sarkaz that are in Rhodes Island. So he's been around Sarkaz before. I'm sure he's softened up somewhat. So I think this is partly in effect what's going on here. Oh, the new currency. Holy statue fragments. Statues of saints bearing guns were once ornamental mainstays all over the monastery, but most are now nowhere to be seen. The monastery's devout followers are willing to barter what supplies they have in exchange for these fragments. River of Life. Or, well, actually, I guess I should say Section 2, River of Life. How can we pave the way for life in this desolate wasteland? Holy statue, same as usual. Makeshift walkway, that new mechanic that they introduced. Temporary walkway built with planks, easily destroyed by falling rocks, turning into holes in the process. Ground units that pass it will fall to the bottom and be defeated immediately. Oh, I guess we could check it out. We could look at the stats of the new enemies. 1 second. Defense, resistance, higher resistance given that the Vesper wings deal arts damage. Interesting. Look at the map. Pretty simple. Although there will be civilians now that I think about it, so we do have to build that walkway. Same lineup? Right? No one we know of has been really introduced that we already know. Yeah, no. Same lineup. Still using Federico. There's the silhouette. Whoever this person is, gentle priest. Bishop. God. Okay. Oh man. I just can't. I'm getting excited about something that isn't, well, oh, who knows when it's going to happen, but I'm sure it's going to happen. Something big is going to happen with the Jaegers and or just Seaborn in general. I'm sorry, 1 second. Owing to the addition of an unexpected traveling companion, I plan to leave as soon as possible and escort my companion back home. Maybe Orin? holding on to what she believes in, her code. The haggard old man raises both his hands. He both appears to be holding up his faith, as well as crumbling beneath its overwhelming weight. The Sancta's faith is formless, intangible, nowhere to be found. His fingers grasp for the halo above his head in vain, the old man's hands gradually slipping until they cover his face. Okay. New information. Just straight to the point. The Sancta girl reaches out to snatch the supposed hardtack from behind the other girl's back. Almost instinctively, she splits the dry, hard thing down the middle before she is pushed away. Stuffed inside the hardtack, our truths hidden away all this time, finally exposed to our eyes. Okay. The sound of knuckles rapping at the door. The door isn't actually locked, but the guests outside still continue to knock and wait for a response. This used to be a secret code agreed upon by several friends from school. So much time has passed that Lemoine thought she forgot, but the facts prove that she has not forgotten. The meaning of the code words tapped by the guests is rescue successful and first arrival. So they're still in Laterano. Okay. Well, why's that? Why cut him some slack? My legs aren't fully healed yet. Okay. So it's not permanent. Wait, if Federico is trying to arrest the bishop here on charges of false imprisonment, So it wasn't just you two? Or is this something else? Orin, maybe? It said familiar voice. Familiar male voice. I don't think it was, Federico or the other guy whose name starts with an R, the other Executor. Favor. Oh, fixing your gun? Well, considering what Delphina just went through with, assuming that's her friend, I think her name was Caroline, maybe, I think, if I remember correctly. Caroline, yeah, that was her name. River of Life, Section 2.
いくら軽視されようとも、
Time to rave.
法自身がその価値を証明するでしょう。
The abbot. I must repent by raving. Holding this rave. Let's make this quick. Tag the.
この身が朽ちぬ限り戦い続ける。
見よ、眼前の風景。
1、2、3、そこだ。
Oh. Wasteland Skulker. Invisible. Natural DP regeneration rate is reduced by 25% when on the field. Okay, that's new. Oh my, okay. I did not realize there was a hole
地雷をもっ
there.
と持ってればこうはならなかったはずでしょ。
I did not realize there was a mine, or not mine. I'm reading W's dialogue. I didn't realize there was a hole there. when they started running, I immediately saw it and thought, "Oh my god!" I didn't even think to pause it. I watched them fall to their death. I'm so sorry. Oh,
前
Lord.
方の情報は掌握済みです。
I must repent
安
as
心
well.
して出撃
Oh,
なさって
Lord.
ください。
Okay.
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。
羽が濡れるのは嫌いだって言ったわよ
Slow
ね。
down.
誰かが気づく前に
Some damage in.
あなたの
Just
死
a
体
tiny
を
bit.
影に沈めてあげる。
We're gonna have to build this bridge.
顧問の仕事あら逃げたいの？
Maybe we might have to. No, We're fine. And pop early, just in case. Speed up. No, we should be good. I guess we could experiment. Healers can't heal the statue, obviously. Right? No. It ran into the tornado. That's nice. Okay.
私を顧問の仕事だけしてればいいと思ってたんだけど、いつだって挽回する手段はあるものよ。怒りで我を忘れないようにね。
Two things. Gosh, I really need to repent. One, I forgot to place the boards, but the most important thing.
ドクター、こういう作戦って一体全体どうやって思いついてるの？
What made them lose their sanity?
任務開始。
That's what I don't understand. There wasn't a single enemy that came near. That's what I don't understand.
この身が朽ちぬ限り戦い続け。
見よ、眼前の風景のなんと美しいことよ。戦場と
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。
ビクトリアのために。
That actually might have been a bad choice.
それは命令か？
Let's do this instead. Slow it down.
絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
好き計なりをなさず、い思いにあらず、修行し直してこい。
Come on. Can we get in time?
羽が濡れるのは嫌いだって言ったわよね。私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？土ぼこり、それに鉄錆の匂い。私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？こも逃げられると思う？
たまには貴様らの問題解決は変わらず無駄より戦勝百式、一足のうちにあり。
町から追放された娘はそれでもなお人々を救うために帰還する。
Oh, I made a... I'm like... Excuse my French, I'm really half-assing it and paying no mind to anything. Really.
私を傭兵扱いするつもりなの？
Okay. We're just doing this quickly. Getting this out of the way.
もっと持ってればこうはならなかったはずでしょ。
Alright, start up.
私は好き勝手ドンパチするからあんたたちも好きにして。
絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。聞いてるけど。
うちの妹も含めどれほどの文人が 戦場に身を置いてようやく名分を生み出せたか。これもまだ
拝命した。
たまには敬なりをなさずいい。貴様らの問題解決は変わらず無駄よりなのだな。
Run off, I guess.
羽が濡れるのは嫌いだって言ったわよね。ご指令をどうぞ。
Just in case, fine.
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
好きに指図敬なりをなさずいい思いにあらず修行し直し。貴様らの問題解決は変わらず無駄よりなのだな。
喧嘩にもさあ左だよ。さあ誰を
顧問のアーツが効かなくなっちゃったの？どうしたんでしょうね。
法の正確性を担保します。
たまには戦勝百式一足のうちにあり。
剣を用いずとも
敬なりをなさずい思いにあらず修行し直してこい。
Almost there. Come on. Speed up. Get this done and over with.
了解しました。
Executor looking good. Slow down.
好きな貴様らの問題解決は併発すれば校長落ちるがごとく気を収まれば集合平らかなり。
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。
好きに貴様らの問題解決は変わらず無駄よりなのだな。
Just in case.
寂れた山も砂ぼこりも見慣れた景色です。
好きに指図してくれ。
顧問の仕事だけしてればいいと思って。
喧嘩に外れ。我が輩は右だよ。
The alleyways. I'm sorry. I I thought she was gonna go shoot her or something. Like, I'm sorry. You're. There's not. I'm sorry. Forgive me. You'll have to forgive me. There's not much to say on this matter. This is more or less internal affairs that I can't really speak upon, but just that random thought. I thought she was gonna. She said, "Hand me that gun." I thought she was gonna go shoot Lemon. Oh God. This isn't the Sancta. Regrouping with Executor Federico and Executor Colombo what's his name? Yeah, yeah. Rochelle. Wait, I'm sorry. Nina. Okay. It's funny that's being said now, because didn't we see that? This almost seemed like it happened with Clement, with when he was with the Sarkaz. What's his name? The Sarkaz's name. When they went to ring the bell, Clement almost as if like forgot what the... He didn't forget what the topic was, but he more or less almost like forgot that Eileen was dead. Andoin, that's his name. So Fiametta, aka Suffering, Mostima, Lemuin, and Andoin, that's his name. The priest's name, the squad mate that crippled Lemuin. Of course, she's referring to Chapter 12, which we did end up completing. I believe, like, gosh, it's... how long has it been? It's already been like a month now. Of course, if you haven't already, check it out. I'm sorry, reread that, just to make sure we know the situation. Okay, so this is the task. Provide assistance and reclaim this monastery for Laterano. When they say reclaim, do they actually, like... They don't actually mean to move it, right? Do they just mean it as in, oh, this is going to be a base, like we are going to set up here, and the Sarkaz need to leave? But it makes... Okay, so we now know why, or what the task was. Or what the task is, but we don't know the, what the distress signal was for, still. And we still don't know why Orin left, supposedly. Especially when the time comes for us to reach out to Iberia again. But why are we so passive about it? Like, okay, like, why is he hiding? Why does this almost sound normal? You don't just leave your mission. Even if you didn't say, oh, I didn't leave the mission, you nonetheless left without giving a reason. Keep guard, just in case if anything happens. Yeah, there you go. I completely oversimplified what I said, but yeah, pretty much. There you go. There's the more simplified version. What? What? Wait. Okay, what's with the sun music change? And why does she have a horn? What is that? The bloodstained girl stumbles toward the stunned old man, one step at a time. The dim light finally illuminates the girl's face, revealing spotty traces of blood, as well as the black horns protruding from her forehead. In front of her stands a statue of a gun-toting saint bathed in light, but behind her lies a trail of blood that cannot be erased. Sancta blood drips on the chapel's floorboards, giving off a dull sound. It is a deafening sound, one that opens all eyes wide. The patron firearm used for the prayer finally slips from the hands that were clutching it tightly. I'm holding my comments for the moment. Okay, alright, so they addressed it. Okay. I wanted to hold my comments, I wanted to make sure things seemed fine. And or they understood the situation. I'm gonna make a guess here. I think this is something that I already more or less thought of and or believed in, but for a Sancta to kill another Sancta is completely and entirely forbidden. I believe that's something that's in their code, and or I would think it would be, given the way people talk about other Sancta when referring to themselves and others. Because she killed her friend, while it wasn't intentional, because she killed her friend, was that a form of sin? And for that punishment, she grew horns? We'll have to find out. The Executor steps into the chapel under the watchful eyes of others. The fallen angel continues to weep, but Stefano has no choice but to turn his eyes to the visitor. Okay, this is like completely new information. I know this for a fact. There's no way this has been mentioned before. In any way. The commandments. Okay, so like literal orders and or law. Okay.
苦しみにはいつか終わりが来ます。
Interesting. Okay. I'm curious though, because surely there's some kind of limitations. Because what, like, for example, if I were to use the example of via meta, aka Suffering, trying and or is going to kill Anduin, who is by all means a Sancta as well. Would that go against commandments? But at the same time, what if Anduin is evil and or has evil intentions or anything of that sort, and it's justified? Would that still be in line? Or is it almost as if the Pope himself has to address and or give commandment that we hereby subject you to death. I want you to find Anduin and kill him. Something of that sort. I'm curious. Section 3. No empty hands. A savvy raider will never return empty-handed. Okay. Be quick about this. Of course, we might get right back into the story instead of actually just starting the battle, but the pitfalls I need to keep in mind and not forget. Still the same lineup, nothing new. The sensation is hard to describe. There's a strange itch on her forehead. The halo atop her crown flickers with no rhyme or reason. Her view begins, gradually, to dim. Fortuna can see the wrinkled abbot's incredulous gaze and hear the noise of the onlooking crowd. But she attempts to feel the old man's mind, as she may have done every time before, and yet his emotions no longer drift their way into her soul, not even a hint or trace. She cannot sense the other Sancta. She is no longer one amongst them. Okay. Interesting. Okay. They still don't know the situation. As far as Delphine. Careful. One second. And we're back. Finally showing himself. Jesus. Yep. Well, I shouldn't have said bluish, but greenish hair is what I described him as. And a bandana. So it was Orin that she was talking to. Yeah, like, did you betray, like, Laterano? Like, what made you run off? Yeah. This might sound... I just want to throw that out there to put in everyone's minds. There were flower petals on Lemuin's barrel tip of her sniper. Could this maybe be linking to something? I don't think it's going to be like any big reveal, but could this mean something? Or, sorry, not lead to something, but more or less get brought up later. Federico can't lie. This is some Among Us type of stuff. Rochelle's been with me the entire time. You're the only one that's been wandering off, having free time. That is a terrible answer, Serpilia. Just chilling in this room. Lemoine heaves a sigh and closes the antique plain-colored notebook shut. Her fingers trace over the nicks and scrapes that decorate the cover, each hiding a story of its own. It's about time it's made its appearance. Seaborn. Oh boy. She can handle herself. No empty hands.
さて、罠に踏み込んでくる虫けらはどんなやつなんでしょうね。
Let's see.
任務開始。作戦目標のご確認をお願いします。
Right. Speed up.
Okay.
Let's see. Just in case, I'll put this here as well. Then let's go like
う
this.
ちの妹も含めどれほどの軍人が戦場に身を置いてようやく貴様らの問題解決は変わらず無駄よりなのだな。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私
Probably a
に
bad
命令し
option,
ないで。
given that there's another enemy coming.
Here
we go.
この身が口ぬかに戦い続ける。1、2、3、そこだ。
Oh, I didn't realize. No, Wasteland Robber steals 1 DP after several attacks. Okay, that's completely new and annoying. Great damage. Let's get, no. Oh boy. That's fine.
好きに指図してくれ。好きに発すれば好調落ちるがごとく。気を収まれば集合平らかなり。
Destroyed the statue, sadly.
たまに発すれば好調落ちるがごとく。気戦勝百式。一足のうちにあり。
Let's go. Sure. Well... Still like that. Get rid of vines.
たまには体を動かさねばな。
喧嘩にもさあ左だよ。剣はピカピカに研いだよ。
Jeez, that shotgun. Oh boy, here comes
戦士の意志は皆等しく尊重に値する。
This is gonna be a weird one.
Victoria のために。
Come on, Hines.
剣を用いずとも貴様らなどやすやすと貫いてみせるわ。
Losing DP. Irritatingly.
誰を餌にするか決まった。
Speed up.
あまり待たせないで。
Oh, it's lost.
ビクトリアのために。
見よ、眼前の風景のなんと美しさからの問題解決は変わらず。
Okay. I was expecting like a face reveal, but this is fine. Something to note. Whoever this is does have horns and is mutating a little bit, as you can see on the right side horn. The right, well, her right side. Seaborn. When the elderly chat, the topic inevitably turns to Laterano. They call it bright, abundant, safe for all, disturbed by none. They say it's the true paradise on Terra. The truth is, they all know the monastery's been adrift for decades, and only a dwindling few remain who've actually seen Laterano before. Perhaps 2 or 3, or maybe just its bishop, Stefano, now. They bring up Laterano, but the object of their nostalgia is a dream they're long overdue to wake from. A dream where the sun shines and the flowers are underfoot forever. Just as the monastery used to be all those years ago. Oh, okay, I was gonna say a different area? Or is this like deeper in? Because I was... this girl again? Federico hasn't spoken with this woman yet, has he? One thing to keep in mind, now there are other Sancta here, obviously, but she is a Sancta. But what stands out the most is her clothing compared to everyone else that is here. Who is this person? I don't mean that literally, but like, who is this person? We're not sure. Well, I'm not sure if this is still her speaking. This melody is perfect fit for the occasion. Followed by Federico. I told you your melodies are too rhythmic. Did she maybe go by another name and that's why we're not seeing it? I'm sorry, I need to reread this. Okay, so they sound familiar. Is this when he's actually gonna finally confront her? And or, well, I mean, visit her? I'm the President of the United States. Please answer my question. Cello. Well, it's especially bad for Serpilia because she's the one that repaired it and or offered to repair it, for which she did. Breaking the blockade. Oh, did Federico come into contact with it? That's Lemon, yeah. Oh, he still hasn't even made contact with her. He's only gone word. It just so happened to go down into where the Sarkas live and or dwell? Or is there some connection? That being the, what was said earlier about something about blockade and the Sarkas breaking it? Absolute peace. If the building itself is riddled with holes, how can the people within hope to avoid disaster? Oh, crumbling masonry. Rocks will periodically fall and roll down a slope, dealing damage to friendly units in the way.
しました。
Speed up.
私は一歩も引
Okay,
きま
that
せん。
must be weird. Okay. Let's read. Okay, it has HP. Unless that's just default. Rocks periodically fall and roll down along the ramp, dealing physical damage to friendly operators and makeshift walkways in their way. The rocks explode when blocked, dealing physical damage to the blocked targets and splash damage to the center of the explosion and the 4 adjacent tiles.
ドクター、私はここに。
Oh, I see. And it'll hit the ally.
わあ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
Oh, something new. This stopped them. Slow it down.
手加減はしませんよ。 ドクター、私はここに。 手加減はしませんよ。
Let's do this.
位置についてよ。すぐにやらせて。
Slow it down. Oh boy.
目覚めよ。
Okay.
すぐにやらせて。
Oh wow.
適用。
心配無用だ。
Huh.
ごめんなさい。私。
No, you're
また
fine.
やっちゃったみたいね。
This wasn't. Well. Yeah, this wasn't really explanatory.
了解しました。
Speed up.
動かないで。 みんな、こっち来て。
That's fine, yep. I was gonna say, I can't. Can I block this? Right? Yep, okay, it destroyed it. Never mind.
心配無用だ。
怖くないよ。
私がついている。
Okay, great timing.
わあ、見ちゃうところだった。みんな、こっち来て。
Oh, I see. Okay.
私がついている。
There you go.
はい。
It's fine.
ドクター、私が怖いですか？
集え、我が同胞たちよ。
絶対許しません。
fine. And I can't remove her.
心配無用だ。
本気で行くよ。
Oh, this is gonna be weird. I might have to time this right.
私がついている。
Which I'm not even sure I can do. Actually,
ついたよ。
time it. Okay. There we
み
go.
んなお腹すいた。
Speed up. Wow, that defense is a lot.
指示はあるかしら。ママにやらせて。
317.
みんなこっち来て。
私がついている。
He's losing HP.
元気出して。
I don't believe I need to do any kind of commentary, but it'd be nice if we could summon Amiya.
わあ、見ちゃうところだった。
Little by little.
おいしいもの食べよう。本気で行くよ。おいしいもの食べよう。
Level 40.
ママにやらせて。
It kind of explains why their damage is so low.
わあ、本気で行くよ。みんなお腹すいた。
Almost there. There we go.
本当はここまで徹底的にやるつもりなかったんだ。でも戦わないとクムたちがやられちゃうんだよ。
Here, let's check in on our Secretaire Consigliere. Clear HE4 and you'll get Rochelle. Insider. Professional Executor Rochelle of the Lateran Notarial Hall, providing Rhodes Island assistance as a collaborative operator. Doesn't stand out, doesn't stir trouble, a solid employee who shouldn't worry you, right? Okay. And then, of course, increased potential and or headhuntings. Something I actually did forget, which we can get into. Outfits. And the question is there anything I actually want? And yes, there is. Saga and her entire family. Oh, wait. Okay. I was gonna say, there's Saga and her silly brother on her left, and I'm assuming another brother behind, getting at that silly brother, and then her sister on the right. But before I even said her silly brother on the left, he's got battle wounds. Or she, possibly. He's missing his right hand and his two fingers on his left hand. Interesting. Test collection series. There they be. Saga's attire when she left Po Shan village with bites for pockets and straw sandals. What is in the scrolls cannot be removed, but after so much time spent with oneself, what was drawn in ink is now etched in the heart. Interesting. And of course, our bird, Fartooth. Yeah, this isn't bad. It was really colorful. I'm interested in seeing her her harpoon. I shouldn't say harpoon, but if you have Fartooth, you understand what I mean when I say that. I'm curious what it looks like in action, that is. Tempest series, Hear the Wind Sing, new concept based on the theme of wind, a collaborative work between multiple designers. The ever-present floating ribbons capture the shape of the wind. Of course. Interesting sculptures. Oh, we can actually zoom in, okay. Flower of Evil. In general, it would be nice to have, but I'm more or less comparing it to the current Shalem. And I'm liking the current Shalem with his formal attire. This is just like casual clothes. Oh right, I forgot. Paprika came out. I completely forgot. I was gonna say F. Jella, but no, Paprika. If we ever get her, I would want this at least. And yes, we do not own her or have her in Avalon. Tempest series, The Road to Here. Loose fitting coat that can envelop a young girl. The waterproof fabric makes it suitable for a rainy day. And then the old costumes, if you will. I shouldn't say costumes, but clothing. Clothing brands. Epoch. I think that'll do it. Of course, if you're watching this as a live stream, pay mind to it. If you're watching this as a video, you can pay mind to it, but more or less, this is more or less to people that are watching as the live stream. Monday, Part 2, Hortus de Escapismo. We're wrapping up. And possibly, maybe, X stages? Who knows? Because as you know, Fate Grand Order is having a live stream on New Year's. So I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. Although, given our Fate Grand Order live stream, there was something hinted at Epilogue, which I'm not sure, like I'm being entirely honest, I'm not sure what's going to happen. If there's going to be more to Tunguska Sanctuary or something else, but either way, that's a whole different game. Part 2 of Hortus de Escapismo. Monday. We will be, for a fact, no matter what, be playing that on Monday. And pretty much wrapping up it. But, as usual, YouTube, Julius Faye. Of course, you should already know that. How else would you be watching this live stream and or video? Twitter, JuliusFaye_. JULIUSFAE_. Post memes once a week. Give notifications for what comes into Avalon and what goes out. Basic YouTuber notifications, if you will. Instagram, JuliusFaye_. JULIUSFAE_. Edited manga panels once every 2 weeks. 2 to 3 days, simple, clean manga panels with background music. Don't know what any of that is? Stop by, check it out. And of course, if you like it, like it. If you like what I do, follow. And everyone does it. I'm going to do it. Julius himself is going to say it. If you like the video, like the video. If you like what I do, that being Fake Grand Order and or Arknights, and in the downtimes variety, subscribe. It helps. And if not, Avalon's gates is always open. And with that, good morning, Avalon.